Yep. So please take down my email address. So that is probably the best way to contact me. My name is Atul, and my office is in Building T, which is the School of IT. Yeah. Now we look at what the unit covers, the objectives of the unit, and the unit structure. So the assessments, the pracs, textbook, and the web page. Now the unit objectives, it's as I said, the unit is introductory, so we do not assume prior knowledge of internet and web programming. The topics we're going to cover are HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and PHP. So our first topic, which we'll start today, is HTML, and after that we're going to look at CSS, which is style sheets, cascading style sheets. So you can apply cascading style sheets to web pages to control the style of the web page. Right? So by style we mean the appearance of the web page. And then we have two scripting languages. There is JavaScript and there is PHP. JavaScript is used on the client side. So it is some basic programming which can be done on the client side. By the client we mean the browser. So the JavaScript is done on the browser end, and PHP is another scripting language which is implemented on the server side. So typically PHP can be used for database interactivity. Right? So that will be our last topic. That is considered an advanced topic. It will be towards the end of the trimester. So we are basically looking at interaction between the web server. So PHP, for instance, will be sitting on the web server, and interaction between the web server and the web browser. The web browser is where JavaScript is executed. Right? So those are the two entities which we need to understand and work with. So we will be looking at designing, developing, and maintaining web pages and websites, and understand the interaction between the web client and the web server. And on the web server we can also interact with the database. So we will also be doing some pracs and writing some programs to interact with databases, because websites are typically powered by databases. So it is a very important concept to learn database interaction. So we will also be doing databases when we look at PHP. And we will use fundamental internet and web tools, gain experience with and develop skills for the internet and the web, and be familiar with how to set up a web server and understand the exposure of web and internet applications. Now the structure of the unit, we have our lecture today, and immediately after the lecture we'll have our 2-hour prac. Right. And as far as assessment is concerned, the assignments are worth 40% of the unit. We'll have 2 assignments. I don't know if you noticed, but I did post the first assignment today. So the first assignment is there for you to start working on it already. So first assignment will be based purely on HTML, which is what we are starting today. And your second assignment, you will implement further features. So you have your first basic website in your first assignment, and then for your second assignment you build on top of it by using technologies such as JavaScript, and PHP, and cascading style sheets. So the first assignment is a relatively small assignment, right? It's a basic website, and it's worth 15% of the unit. It will be due somewhere in the middle of the trimester. And then your second assignment is worth 25% of the unit, and then the exam is 60%. So that is the breakdown of the two assignments. Okay, just make note of this. We have this room for the prac. This was changed last week, so before that we were scheduled in a different room. So we moved to a larger room for, there's more computers there. Okay, and make sure to attend prac sessions, because we get a hands-on experience, right? It gives you more confidence. It will help you to do the assignments and also the exam, right? So hands-on experience is most essential. It's not simply studying the text, right? It's more practicing, right? Because there is some amount of programming skills required. So we need to understand how to write websites in the various technologies, right? HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP. So practice is essential. Now, there is no prescribed textbook. We are not going to follow any one textbook very closely. We have a few reference books, but reference books are not, it's not essential to purchase reference books, right? Because we do not follow these closely. And there will be plenty of resources available online as well, right? So it's optional whether or not you want to purchase these. Otherwise, these books are available in the library to be used as references. The web page, as usual, is on DSO. We'll have our lecture slides, our pracs, assignments, all posted over there. And you will need to submit your assignments on DSO as well. And there is a discussion group on DSO, so try to participate in the discussion group, right? So that is an introduction of the unit structure. Now, like I said, we'll start our first topic, which is HTML. So we will start practicing this in the prac today. Now, firstly, what is HTML? Are you familiar with the term HTML? Yeah? The acronym stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So it is a markup language. Markup language, we will look at an example. It is based on tags. So if we have a piece of text, we can embed the text within tags. And those tags are like a vocabulary. And those tags are understood by the web browser. So the web browser will recognize the tags, and it will render the text sitting within those tags in the manner specified by the tags. Right? So hypertext markup language is based around tags. So markup and tags are synonyms. Right? And let us have a look at an example here. Tags look something like this. Tags sit within angle brackets, and then there is a tag in here, which is part of the HTML vocabulary, right? So HTML has a predefined set of tags. We cannot just make up our own tags. We need to use the predefined set of tags, right? So the web browser will render the web page based on the tags, and then it will display. So the tags are not visible. When we open a web page on the web browser, the tags are not visible to us because the tags have already been processed by the web browser. Right? To the end user, the tags will not be visible. Now this is just some history about the development of HTML. So there are the different versions of HTML. And then we also have XHTML. Now HTML and XHTML are quite similar, right? But XHTML uses XML concepts. XML is extensible markup language. So XML is another markup language which is based on tags. And XML has certain rules. Right? XML is a bit strict because it has certain rules, whereas HTML is not very strict. But if we apply the rules of XML to HTML, then we get XHTML. So basically XHTML is a combination of HTML and XML. We use the tags provided by HTML, but we use the rules specified by XML. And combining the two, we get XHTML. I will talk about this later, so I'll give you some concrete examples to distinguish between HTML and XHTML. So we saw this already. This is how tags are used. Now there is tags usually, not always, but usually work in pairs. So there's an opening tag and a closing tag. And let us look at this example first. Over here we see a number of tags. So let us start with the tag HTML. It is sitting within angle brackets, and then this is regarded as an opening tag, and then there is a closing tag at the end. So this is a pair of tags. And then we have head, another tag. This is the opening tag, and there is a corresponding closing tag. So in the closing tag there is a slash. There is a slash prefix in the closing tag. That is what differentiates the opening and the closing tag. So like I said, tags are usually in pairs with opening and closing, but it's not always the case. There are some tags which are one-sided. They do not need a closing tag. Now we need to basically understand what each of these tags is doing. Right? What is HTML tag? What is the purpose of head, title, body, and so on? So that is what we are going to be doing for the next few weeks. We'll focus on HTML. Now as far as writing HTML is concerned, HTML, as you can see here, it is plain text. So we can use any text editor, right? Any text editor. You can use Notepad. I like to use Notepad++, which is got some syntax highlighting, so it will highlight the tags for you, so it's simpler to read and simpler to edit. So I've put a copy of Notepad++ on DSO, so you can download it from there, or you can simply Google it, and it's a free software. So Yeah, so we can use any text editor for writing HTML. And once we've written HTML file, the extension needs to be .html or .htm. These extensions are recognized by the web browser. So when you open the HTML file in the web browser will recognize these as being HTML pages. And these are some conventions, right? These are not rules, these are conventions. Use simple file names and try not to use spaces in file names. Now, let us have a look at this. This is our simple HTML file. The first tag on the top is basically meant to specify which version of HTML is being used. Right, so this, because we have different versions of HTML, and then there is also a few versions of XHTML. So we need to specify whether we are using HTML or XHTML and which version. So that's what this tag is doing, the first tag. And we will talk about this later. Right, for the time being, let us just ignore this. Right, we'll go into more detail later. Let us start with the HTML tag. So this is the typical structure of a HTML page. It always starts with a HTML tag. So maybe I should use Notepad. I have posted this Notepad, like I said, on DSO. Yep, it's installed here as well. So a HTML file starts with the HTML tag, and there's a corresponding closing HTML tag. Everything will sit between these pair of tags. And let me save it. I'll save it in this place. I have a demos folder, and I'll change the extension to .html. Right, so the extension needs to be .html, and I'll call it Vico1.html. Okay, so there we can see the syntax highlighting. Now, the HTML file is divided into two main parts. The first part is the head, and the second part is the body. So everything which we see on the browser is sitting inside the body. Right? Head is meant for meta information. It gives us some further information about the web page, but the contents of the head are not displayed on the browser. So what are the things that go inside the head, and what are the things that go inside the body? Now if I open this file in the browser, this one, I'll just double click on it. It will open in the browser, and this is the file. It's empty because the tags are rendered by the browser. The browser will not display the tags. So if you right click over here and view source, you can see that the tags are sitting over there, but they're not displayed by the browser. Now inside the body, if I put a piece of text, and refresh this, this is now displayed here. So everything inside the body will be displayed on the browser. Now within the head, we have meta information. So if we want to specify keywords inside the web page, so supposing you're writing a page about HTML, supposing you're writing a HTML tutorial, so there might be some keywords which you want to specify. That can be done inside the head, and that will not be used, that will not be displayed by the browser. So meta information can be specified inside the head. Information such as the name of the author, the contact information of the author, the date on which the page was written. So things like that can be specified inside the head of the document. Yep.
Quick question on that. Would that be helpful for like Google optimization for keywords?
Yep, keywords are used by search engines. So although the keywords are not displayed by the browser, they are picked up by the search engine, and Google will use that, or other search engines, it will use that for indexing your page. Yeah. So that is the head, and you can have additional comments as well. So maybe you want to provide a short description about the web page. You can have all that information inside the head of the document. Now the title also sits inside the head. So there is a tag called title and the corresponding closing tag, and we can specify a title for the web page. But like I said, nothing in the head is displayed in the body of the browser. So the title is not displayed in the body. Can you notice the title? Yeah, so it's displayed in the title bar of the browser window. Right, so it comes up here and also in the tab title. So that is the title which sits inside the head. Now these are some conventions. Good titles, you should have some informative titles. They should be short and informative. Right. Some titles are not, so that is from the design perspective. The titles need to be informative and maybe not too long, because it will be truncated by the browser. So we have some examples here. Now we come into the body. So everything else sits in the body, whatever you wish to display on the web browser. Now the first tags we're looking at are headings. HTML provides 6 levels of headings. We have H1, so this is a pair of tags, followed by H2 and until H6. So 6 levels of headings are provided. Now the purpose is that if you're writing a web page, maybe you have a section, and then maybe you have a subsection. So subsection can use level 2 heading. The main section can use a level 1 heading. And then subsection can use a level 3 heading. So you can have 6 levels of sections. Right, so this is for a hierarchical structure. So if we use these headings, it will look a bit like this. So in this example, we have H1 and we have H2, H3 until H6, and that is how the browser renders the page. So level 1 heading is the largest, right, which is intuitive, and the size of the headings reduces. So level 6 heading is the smallest. Now over here we notice the difference between HTML and XHTML. This is a tag, it's a paragraph tag. So if you wish to include a paragraph in your web page, we put the text inside the paragraph tag. But over here we notice the difference between HTML and XHTML. I mentioned to you that XHTML follows the rules of XML. Now XML does not allow one-sided tags. XML does not allow one-sided tags. That is why XHTML cannot have one-sided tags. On the other hand, HTML does not care. Right? In HTML you can have one-sided tags. So let me grab a piece of text from, let us go to Deacon. Okay, let's just get this piece of text here. And I'll put it here. Now I can enclose this text inside paragraphs. So that gives us a new paragraph. And let us put this in another paragraph. So we have two paragraphs. So we have two paragraphs here. And this is how it looks. So we can see that between the two paragraphs there is some space. So we use the paragraph tag to create paragraphs, but there is a difference between how we use the paragraph tag in HTML and in XHTML. So this works for HTML and XHTML, but if we delete the closing tag, this one here, this is illegal for XHTML because XHTML does not allow one-sided tags. Right? XHTML does not allow one-sided tags, so we cannot ignore the closing tag. So this is valid XHTML. Now we have a few more tags. Lists. HTML provides us tags to create lists. So you can have a list of items, and there are different types of lists. There is a numbered list. So you can have a list which is numerical list, and you can have a bulleted list. A bulleted list is not numerical. It simply has maybe dots, right? So each item has a dot associated with it. And then there are glossary lists. So three types of lists are supported. The first one we are looking at is an ordered list or a numbered list. The tag we use for ordered list is OL, and there is a corresponding closing OL. And for each item we have an LI tag. So the LI sits inside OL. So the hierarchy in which the tags are used is important, right? LI needs to sit inside OL. So we have OL and closing OL, and within the pair of OL tags we have list items. So each list item tag gives us one item constituting the list of items. And on the left hand side we have this HTML, and on the right hand side is how it is rendered on the browser. So the numbers will be generated automatically. The first list item, the second item, and the third item. We have 3 items, and that is how it will be displayed. So that's an ordered list. Okay, now what I'll do is I might just create an ordered list here. So we have this. And then we close the ordered list. And let's display this on the browser. So that's how it gets displayed. So this is a numbered list. However, sometimes we do not want 1, 2, 3. Sometimes we might want to use ABC, right, an alphabetical list. Or we might want to use Roman numerals. So we can in fact customize this ordered list. And this customization is done by using attributes. So HTML tags support attributes, and these attributes allow us to customize the HTML tag. So for instance, in this case, we have an attribute. So the attribute is included inside these angle brackets. The name of the attribute is type for ordered list, and if I say type is equal to A, that will give us an alphabetical list, right? So that gives us an alphabetical list. We can also have type equal to I, and this will give us a list with Roman numerals. We can also have type equal to uppercase I, which will give us a list with uppercase Roman numerals. And we can have uppercase A as well, which is uppercase alphabets. So we can customize the ordered list by using the type attribute. So different tags support different attributes. Now I will show you this website. It's a good resource. Now this website is a very good resource, w3schools.com. Over here we can find a lot of the content which we are going to cover. So if we look in HTML, for instance, we have a list of tags over here, and we can click on the tags to obtain further information about the tag. Right, so this is a very useful website. It's a good resource. It has extensive documentation. So this is, so we can over here, for instance, we can find the OL tag, the ordered list tag. So this is OL for ordered list, and we can click on it and it will give us a documentation. So it starts with an example and it shows us the attributes which are supported by this tag. So the one we've used is type, Just now we used the type attribute, and over here it shows us the possible values which the type attribute can have, the valid values which type attribute can have. Then there is also other attributes. So you can click on these to study the documentation for these tags. Now, some of the documentation over here will come up with deprecated, right? It says deprecated for some of this documentation. That is because some of these tags and some of these attributes are not being used any longer. Right? The reason is that a lot of these have been moved over to cascading style sheets. Right? So it says here, use styles instead. So styles is implemented by using cascading style sheets, which will be our next topic. So some of these tags and some of these attributes would be deprecated, but we will go through some of the important tags and attributes. Right. Okay, so OL is not deprecated. It's the attributes associated with OL that are deprecated. So that is our ordered list, and we have the type attribute, and there is also another attribute which we would like to see here. There is a start attribute. The start attribute determines the starting point for the numerical list. So when start is 4, the numerical list starts with 4. We can use type and start together as well. So in our example here, if we have type equal to 4, sorry, start equal to 4, right, we have start equal to 4 and type equal to A. So what do you expect will happen here? It should start from the 4th alphabet. This is our page, and this is how it looks. Right, so we can use the type and the start attributes together to customize the list. This is an unordered list. So the OL changes to UL. This is an unordered list. The list item tag is still used, and it is rendered as shown here on the right hand side. So each item has a bullet. Each item has a bullet. Now there is also a type attribute associated with this. There's a type attribute associated with this. Using the type attribute, you can control how the bullet looks. So this is the default bullet, but you can customize it by using the type attribute. So if I was to change this to UL, unordered list, and we don't use start for unordered list, but if I was to use type equal to square, for instance, and go back to the browser, we get square bullets. The bullets are square bullets. So the valid values for the type attribute, you can refer to the documentation on W3 schools. So there is square, and these round bullets are the default bullets. We can also have circle and disk. So those are some of the values which the type attribute can take for unordered list. So these are some examples here of values which the type attribute can have. Now the next one is the glossary list. So we've looked at ordered list, we have looked at unordered list, and this is the third type of list, glossary list. So a glossary list can be used to specify a term and the corresponding definition of the term. That is how a typical glossary appears, term followed by their description. So a glossary list has 3 tags. We need to use 3 tags to construct a glossary list. Firstly, we have DL as the parent tag. So everything sits inside DL. So there is the opening DL and the closing DL. Everything sits inside DL. DL stands for definition list. So definition list is a synonym for glossary list. And inside DL, for each term, we have a DT tag and a DD tag. So there's 3 tags really that we need to familiarize ourselves with. Let us use DL here. Let us change this to a definition list. So we do not use LI any longer. We have DT instead. DT is the term. So we have DT for each term, and each term should have some description. So the description is provided in DD. So DT and DD should appear in pairs. DT and DD should appear in pairs. So I'll just copy this and put this here and here. So let us write some description. Okay, so we have a term and some description of the term. And let us see how this will appear on the browser. So we have the term and the corresponding description. So we can see that the description is slightly indented. We have then the second term and the corresponding description, third term and the corresponding description. So that is our glossary list or definition list. This is an example here. This is a definition list, and this is how it appears. So this is similar to what we've just seen. There is also nested lists. So we can have a nested list. So over here you can see that the outer list is an ordered list, whereas the inner list is an unordered list. So we can have a list within a list, which is called the nested list. We can have also a hierarchy of lists. So you can have several levels of nesting. This is one level of nesting. We can have more than that as well. So you can examine this code later. Now this is the tag used for inserting comments. Comments are not displayed by the browser. If you insert a comment, it is for the purpose of documentation. So for instance, if you wish to provide some explanation about your web page for a programmer who might be looking at your page subsequently, then we can insert comments. So comments is referred to as internal documentation. So it is within the code, right? There is external documentation which is detached from the code, and then there is internal documentation which is part of the code. So for instance, in here I can write a comment this is how a comment is inserted. So we can see the highlighting as well. This will not be displayed on the browser. It is only visible when you open the HTML code. So when I refresh the page, the comment is not displayed. And then we have links, which is a very important aspect of web pages. A link is used for the purpose of navigation. When we click on a link, it will bring us to another web page. A link is constructed by using the anchor tag. The tag is A, but it has an attribute. href is an attribute of the anchor tag. So it will look something like this. If we go to our page here and we want to say go to Google, we want to make a link of this text. So when we click on this, we want to navigate to Google. So what we need to do is we need to enclose this within the anchor tag. We need to enclose the piece of text within the anchor tag. That will make it clickable. But we also need to specify the destination. We need to specify the destination. We haven't done that yet. So the destination is specified using the href attribute. So we use href and we specify the destination, google.com, right? That is the destination. So that will give us a link, a hyperlink. So let's open this in the browser. This is our link. When we bring the mouse over the link, you can see the destination in the status bar at the bottom, and it brings us to Google. Okay, that is a hyperlink. Now there's two types of hyperlinks. There is an external link and an internal link. This is an external link because it navigates us to another page, right? It refreshes the browser and brings us to another page. That's why it's called an external link. You can also have an internal link. So for instance, if your web page is very long, when you click on an internal link, you can navigate to a specific part of the same web page, right? You don't go to another web page, stay on the same page, but to a different part of the page. That is referred to as an internal link. So let us look at how we can construct an internal link. For an internal link to work, our page should be a bit long. So I will try to increase the size of this page. So let me just put some blank spaces. So in here I'll put a paragraph. This is an empty paragraph. I just want to increase the length of the page. So this is our page, and our list is here down the bottom. And after the list, I'll put some more paragraphs. I just want to make it really long. Now, once this is done, I can try to test the internal link. So I'll create a link here. It looks the same. We need to specify the correct href. Go to the lists section. So our list section is down the bottom. We want to navigate to that path. So how do we specify a value for href? We know that the destination page is within the same web page, but we want to navigate to the bottom of the page. I think we might continue this next week. I think there might be a class here. Okay, let me see if I can just finish it quickly. We use another anchor tag here and specify a name for this anchor. I'll call it list. Right, so this is called list, and up here we go to lists. Right, so this is called list, and up here we go to lists, and there's a prefix, there's a hash prefix, which means that lists is defined within the same page. So let us try this. This is an internal link. So we go up here, go to the lists section, and it brings us to this location, right? Because lists is defined over here. We can see when we bring the mouse over, you can also see the destination. It is week01.html hash lists. So lists is a part of this document of week01.html. So clicking on this will bring us to the lists section of the page. Right. So there's two parts. You need to define a link. You need to define a link, and you need to also define the destination location. So this is how we define the destination location. The attribute used here is name, and up the top the attribute used is href. So the attributes are different in the two cases. Okay, I think we'll leave it there, and we'll continue more HTML next week. Yes. Got an idea of how to use tags for the purpose of presentation. Now today we're looking at more tags. The first one we're looking at is pre-formatted text. So I'll do a demo alongside. Call it week 02. Okay, so this is the general structure of the HTML file. So I don't have a head. This is just for demonstration. Usually we will have a head. Now, supposing we want to create a table. Let's say we want to create a table which looks like this. Say we have item and we have a price. So a price list. Let us say coffee and something like this. Okay, so that's what we want on our web page. Now what happens when we display this on the web page? Let's have a look. This is how it gets displayed on the web page, because the browser it will trim all the white spaces. So all the white spaces, including tabs, are trimmed by the browser. So in cases like this, where you want to display the text as is, it is also useful when we are writing some source code. So source code, the space is very important for indentation, because indentation makes the code simpler to read. So we want to retain those white spaces. So for that, we use this tag, pre-formatted text tag. So in here, if I was to enclose this text within the pre-formatted text tag, it would display like this. Okay, the 3 is not aligned because of a tab somewhere over there. Right, so that's how this gets displayed. So we can use pre-formatted text tag to retain the white spaces. The next tag we are looking at is horizontal rule. The difference over here for this tag is that this is a one-sided tag. Right, this is a one-sided tag. So traditionally, most of the tags that we've seen so far are two-sided. So there's an opening and a closing, but this is a one-sided tag. So we have the horizontal rule. The tag itself will create a rule across the web page. So if you have several sections and you wish to separate the sections, you can use horizontal rule to draw horizontal line across the web page. So that is the tag, and this is where we notice the difference between HTML and XHTML. Now in HTML we could use this. This is a one-sided horizontal rule, right? One-sided tag. However, this particular tag does not support the closing, right? So this is invalid. But in XHTML, if we were using XHTML, we need to have a corresponding closing part for the tag. So how will this work? The way this works is that we use this syntax. This syntax represents opening and closing. So this is compliant with the requirements of XHTML. So the space is important. There's a space and a slash. So the space cannot be ignored. This is a horizontal rule which is XHTML compliant, and it gives us something like this. And the horizontal rule itself, you can customize it. Last week we looked at attributes. Attributes are used to customize the tags. For example, in a numbered list, we used attributes to customize the numbered list. If we wanted a Roman numeral instead of the traditional numbers, then we can use an attribute to do that. Similarly, in here, for the horizontal rule, this can be customized by using various attributes. So we need to look at which attributes are supported by horizontal rule. So here we have a few attributes. Size specifies the thickness of the horizontal rule. So 8 pixels thick. Width is, as we can see in this example, by default it goes across the entire browser width, but we can control this width by using the width attribute. Now width attribute can be specified in two ways. Over here in this example it says 50%. Now this is what we refer to as relative width, right? This is relative because when it says 50%, it means 50% of the browser width. So if your browser width is reduced, the corresponding width of the horizontal rule will also reduce. It will always be 50% of the browser width. So this is relative way of specifying width, and then there is another way which is called absolute. So we can have something like this. We can say 300. So this is now 300 pixels wide, and this is absolute because even if the browser width changes, the width of the horizontal rule remains the same, right? So it will not, the width of the horizontal rule does not change. But if this was percentage, so supposing it was 30%, then the width will change depending on the browser width, right? It will always be 30% of the browser width. So these are some of the attributes, and this shows us how the horizontal rule is rendered by using the different attributes. So this one, size 10, as we can see here, it's thicker. The next tag we are looking at is line break. This again, it's a one-sided tag. I think we looked at this in the prac last week. BR, line break. Again, it's a one-sided tag, so if we are using HTML, we can use this format, but if we are using XHTML, we need to use this format, a space and a slash, because like I said earlier, this represents opening and closing together. So line break is simply to make the text jump to the next line, right? So this is, supposing these are two lines. Now if I was to move the line to the next line, this will not be recognized by the browser, right? So the browser doesn't recognize that, so we need to use a line break if we want the lines to appear on separate lines, if we want the text to appear on separate lines, right? So that's a line break. The next tag we have is reserved characters. Now sometimes we have some special characters which we want to display on the browser. Supposing, imagine a scenario, I am writing a tutorial for HTML. In my tutorial, I want to explain the paragraph tag, right? So we did paragraph last week. I want to explain the paragraph tag. So, okay, let us put another line break here, and I want to display this. The paragraph I want to display this on the browser, but you notice the problem here. What's going to happen when this is rendered by the browser? Exactly. So it will render this tag instead of displaying this tag. So how can I display this tag on the browser? The problem is the angle brackets are recognized as tags, and the browser will not display that. So that's why we need reserved characters. We can use reserved characters to display the angle brackets and also some other special characters. So the less than and greater than has a code associated with it. The general syntax of all these reserved characters is that they start with an ampersand and end with a semicolon, and then there is some code which is unique for each character. So for less than, the code is LT, for greater than, the code is GT, and then this is another one. This is for white space, non-breaking space. This gives you a single white space. Why do we need this? Why do we need this?
Because like line breaks aren't recognized.
Line breaks are not recognized, and spaces, white spaces are also not recognized. In the example we did earlier today, remember this example we did, all the white spaces are trimmed, right? All the white spaces are trimmed. If we wish to retain these white spaces, then we need a special character for the white space. So we can try this in here. So I will need to replace this with ampersand LT semicolon, and the greater than will be ampersand GT semicolon, and that's how it's displayed. And for white spaces, so let us maybe use this line. I'll just paste it here. This line, and we can see that the white spaces have been trimmed. Now, if we wish to use white spaces, we can use the reserved character %NBSP semicolon, and this only gives you a single white space. So you can copy this and paste it several times depending on how many white spaces are required. So that's a few white spaces. Right. And there is other reserved characters as well. For example, the copyright sign we can get from here using this code. Now we are looking at text alignment. The next attributes we are looking at. We have done, last week we did paragraphs and we did headings. Now in this case we've done H1 already last week, remember? Yeah. But there is an additional attribute here which we haven't covered yet. This attribute will align the text to the center of the page. So this is horizontal alignment. It aligns to the center of the page. By default, the text is left aligned. So you can specify left, right, or center for the align attribute. And this is how it will be rendered. So it will look something like this. You can also use the align attribute with paragraph, right? So we've used paragraph last week. We can use the align attribute similarly, and we can use it with div. Div is another tag. I think we haven't looked at it yet, but we can use this together with div as well. We might look at it later. Yeah, we have one over here. Now div is used to surround the block of HTML tags rather than repeating a tag each time in different lines. For instance, let us say we have something like, okay, I'll move to the top of the page, and let us say we have a paragraph. Let us say para 1. Then I close the paragraph. I just copy this a few times. Which, yes. Yep. The keywords, they are all American. Yeah. So over here we have 3 paragraphs, and let us say we use align so we can see the first paragraph is right aligned, second and third by default is left aligned. Now we might want paragraph 1, 2 and 3 all to be right aligned. So if you wish all the paragraphs to be right aligned, we need to use the align attribute for each paragraph individually. But instead of repeating that, we can enclose the 3 paragraphs within a div element. So div is 2-sided, and we can have the align attribute sitting in the div element instead of the paragraph, and this will now apply to the 3 paragraphs. So that is the purpose of div. If we want similar formatting, we can apply it to the div, and then it will automatically apply to the child tags sitting inside the div tag. Now this is a new tag, font. We can control the font, so you might want to specify which font family you want to use. So for example, Arial or Times New Roman, right? You might want to specify the font family. Also, you might want to specify the font size and the font color. So these properties can be controlled by using the font tag. So the font tag has three main attributes: size, face, and color. So you can control the size, the font family using the face attribute, and the color using the color attribute. So the font is in fact deprecated, right? It will eventually be phased out. So we will still be looking at font, but later in the trimester we will be looking at style sheets, which is the new way to specify the equivalent of this tag. So style sheets we will look at later, but for the time being we will be using font. So in our code, yes.
They, be able to be rendered in both browsers, like
Yes, yes, yes. We will use, our code is going to use, it depends really on the doc type. Doc type specifies which version of HTML or XHTML is being used, and the doc type we are using will be for HTML 4.01 or XHTML 1.0, and all this works in that. So all this will work, but okay, within doc types, let me explain this. When we have doc type, I think you can notice this in the validator, which we looked at in the prac last week. When we do HTML validation, you can select the doc type, and in the doc type you can select the version of HTML or XHTML, and also there are two basic categories of doc types. There is a strict doc type and there is a transitional doc type. A strict doc type will, strict HTML 4.01 will not support font. So strict will not support this because strict doc type does not support deprecated tags and deprecated attributes. However, if we use the transitional doc type, it is backward compatible, so it still supports these. So we will look at that later when we do validation, right? So that will become clearer. So let us see how the font tag works. Now in here, for instance, we can use the font within paragraph and this one here. Now let us say we want to change the font family. So this is now Helvetica, and we can also change the color. So let us say, so this is now red, and the family, font family is Helvetica.
They should give the font style to the 3 paragraphs as well.
Yes, yes, we can do that. So the font, we can move it up here, it will apply to all the paragraphs. Yep. Now, the color over here, there's two ways to specify the color. What I've used is a common name, right? I've used the common name red for red color. We can use red, green, blue, yellow, things like that, the common names, but the number of colors is very limited if we use the common names. Over here in the lecture slide, the format being used for specifying the color is the hexadecimal code. This is hexadecimal code for specifying color, and it gives you greater control, so you have more number of colors to work with. And the way this works is that firstly this is hexadecimal, so the numbers, instead of our usual numbers which go from 0 to 9, these numbers go from 0 to 9, and we also have A, B, C, D, E, F until F. That is hexadecimal format. So F is equivalent to 15 really. So according to this hexadecimal notation, the first two characters, the color code itself is made up of 16 characters. The first two characters tell us the red component within the color. The second two characters tell us the green component, and the last two characters tell us the blue component. So you might be familiar with RGB, right? RGB is used to formulate colors. Red, green and blue can be combined to obtain any color. So the first two characters contribute to the red, and then we have green for the second two characters and the blue component for the last two characters. So the range for each character can go from 0 to F. 0 means no contribution, F means maximum contribution. So in this example, for instance, the red component has maximum contribution because this is FF, maximum contribution for red. Green and blue have no contribution.
Can you use the Photoshop palette?
Yep, you can. The Photoshop, that one will tell you the code, the hexadecimal code.
The code I had was like 63, 16,
All those are valid as long as you have a character between 0 and F. It will generate a valid color. So
Can you repeat, so 0 and then it goes A, B, C, D, E?
yes, you can repeat. So you can have anything.
There's no other numbers, so.
Yep, you can have something like this, for example, AB, AB, AB. That means red is AB, green is AB, and blue is AB.
So can I just repeat so I understand? So if this goes alphabetical from A to F, and the only number is 0. There's no other number in the code? Or
It's perfectly fine. The code itself should be six characters, and each character should have a value between 0 to 9 and between 0 to 9 and alphabet between A to F. So this is, for instance, a valid color, and because the red, green and blue, we can see that they have equal contribution. Both all three components are AAB, so we can guess that this is probably a grayish color, right? This is a shade of gray. So that is the color being used. If we wanted red, then red has maximum, green and blue have 0 contribution. So this is red. And so on. You can use a whole lot of different colors using hexadecimal syntax. And if we wanted black, how would we get black?
0 all.
If everything is 0, this gives you black, right? Because according to the RGB, right? According to RGB, you get black when red, green and blue have 0 contribution to the color. So that is black. And if you do this, this will give you white. Right, so that's white. So text is here. Right, so that's our, let us leave it at red. So that's our hexadecimal coding for specifying color. Now the next thing we are looking at is tables. How can we create tables? Is this clear, the hexadecimal coding system? Yeah.
Is there like a cheat sheet, like a reference for all the colors, or do you have to always work it out yourself?
There is like a color map. If you search on Google, hexadecimal codes, you should be able to find the color map. Okay, let us look at tables. So if we want to format our text into a table format is typically rows and columns. So we want multiple rows and multiple columns. So for that we use the table tag. What I'll do is I'll use this content and I'll try to put this content inside the table. So this content will require 4 rows and 2 columns, right? 4 rows and 2 columns. So we need to use the table tag, and within the table tag we need 4 rows. So a row is specified using TR, that is a table row. So we need 4 of these. And within each row we need 2 columns, right? Each row has 2 columns. So for each row we create the columns using TD. TD will create a cell. Each cell is created by using TD. TD stands for table data. So that's where the data sits. The data will sit inside the TD tag. So that is row 1. I'll just copy this 4 times. Row 2, 3, and 4. Now in the first row, we have item and price. So the left column is item, the right column is price. We have coffee. In row number 3 we have tea. Row number 4 we have sandwich. So that becomes our entire table, organized into rows and columns, and it will look like this. So this is in fact our table. It doesn't look very convincing, right? Okay. What I'll do is, this in fact we can use a border attribute. And now we will be able to see the rows and columns distinctly. That looks a bit better. Right, so the border attribute, like we see here, it creates a border around the table, and the value specifies the thickness of the border. So this is 1 pixel thick. So you can control the thickness of the border. If you don't need a border, then you can say border equal to 0. Yeah.
You've coded the table vertically. Is it okay to do it horizontally? So like you have
Next to each other.
next to each other, so it actually visually looks like a table in the code.
How do you mean? Like you want to move this up here?
Yeah, just so it looks like
Yeah, sure. Whatever is simpler for you to read, right? So this, yeah, because the formatting on this page is not, does not change the how it is rendered. So you can make this as you wish. You can add spaces and indentation, right, whichever you're more comfortable with. So I thought this was simpler to read. If you think, yeah, some other format, then yeah, just feel free to.
Oh, just because I can visualize how the table's working.
Yeah, sure.
TR on the same line as the table data.
Yep.
And close it on the same line as well.
Okay, yes. So we can have it like this. That's no problem. So that's our table, and we have a border around the table.
Can we align this table along the page
We can,
and use the color as for?
yes, we can do that as well. We can have a color for the border, and we can also align the table. So to align the table, you would probably need to put the table inside div, and the div should be aligned to left, right, or center.
So we cannot use align attribute directly into the table.
No, no.
Without color.
Yeah, with the columns, you can use align with columns. So I'll come to that in a minute. We've got some alignment attributes. Now, before we go into alignment, this table here, it has a caption. So we can in fact have a caption for the table, and we can also have a heading. So typically the first row is a heading. So you might want the data in the first row to appear in bold characters. So it looks like a heading, something like this. So if you want to do that, then you can replace the TD with TH. TH simply renders the terms in bold characters. So it is suitable for the first row. In fact, you can use TH anywhere in the table, but it's generally used in the first row to reflect the table heading. So in here, we can see that item and price are now in bold characters. And the caption, so the caption is inserted by using the caption tag. So after the table, we have the caption. So before the first row, we can insert a caption. Let us say price list. That's the caption, and the caption will appear above the table. Okay, now we've already looked at border. The next one is width. So I mentioned width in relation to horizontal rule. So the same concept, width can be specified in absolute terms or in relative terms. So this is, what is this, absolute or relative? So this is relative, right? So 100%, so the table occupies the width of the browser, or you can have absolute width, which will be in pixels. Now, this is another new attribute, cell padding. Cell padding specified in pixels. Cell padding is the distance of the text from the walls of the cell. So if you do not want the text to touch the wall of the cell, then use cell padding. So it introduces some space between the text and the walls of the cell. So in here, for instance, we can see that the text is touching the boundary of the cell. So if you don't want that, we should have some cell padding. So in here, let us say cell padding and 10 pixels.
So if you use the center, that would
For,
use the attribute center.
yep, the center, we're going to use that later. Yep, it does work, but it needs to be used for the individual cells. Center. You mean, oh, this one is left aligned,
Yes.
so you wanted to center it.
If you align it center, would that do the same thing as padding or?
It is different because if you center it, it will still touch the top of the cell. Right. So padding is all along, on the top and on the sides. So this is cell padding. Now the next thing is, there's another attribute which is cell spacing. So we've done cell padding and then there's cell spacing. Cell spacing is the spacing between adjacent cells. So we can see that the adjacent cells are touching each other. We want some space between the adjacent cells. So that is introduced by using cell spacing. Right, so we have space between adjacent cells. So we've done this, and the width, okay, now over here we have the width is 60%, so this is 60% of the browser width, but we might not want the two columns to be of equal width. So maybe we want the left column to be wider and this one narrower, so we can control the width of the individual columns. So this is 80% of the 60%, right? This left column is 80% of the total 60%, and then the balance is allocated to the right column. So we can have unequal width for the columns. Now, sorry? Now what I want to do is, in this table here, this is a bit on alignment. I'll come back to this later. First, though, I would like you to have a look at this. Over here we have a table in which this cell here is created by merging two cells. There were meant to be two cells over here, as we can see in this right column. So these two cells have been merged together to create a larger cell. So we can merge cells. So let us have a look at our table. Supposing we want to merge, supposing coffee and tea are both $4. So maybe we just merge these cells and just put $4, which will apply to both coffee and tea. So let's merge these two cells. So if we want to merge these two cells, we need to use a certain attribute, obviously. Now cells can be merged vertically and also they can be merged horizontally. So we might want to merge these two horizontally or these two vertically. So we will look at an example of both. So let us say we merge these two first. The top row, we merge it into one large horizontal cell. So what happens is, in here we want to merge item and price. So what we'll do is we'll say that the item cell will span 2 columns. So the column span is 2. So it is going to occupy 2 columns. So if this is going to occupy 2 columns, we need to get rid of the price cell. So we can comment it out. So the item itself is going to span 2 columns. So this is known as horizontally merging cells. So that's how it looks. Right. Now if there were more columns, we could also merge this with additional columns. At the moment, we have only merged 2 columns. So this number can be increased. It's just an integer number over here. So this is horizontally merging. Now let us look at vertically merging. We want to vertically merge these 2 cells. If we want to vertically merge, we use another attribute which is called row span. For this first example, we used column span, right? Over here, to merge these 2 cells vertically, we use row span. So we want to merge this one here and this one here, the $4 and the $3. We want to merge these 2. So over here, we say that the row span is 2, right? So it's going to occupy 2 rows. It's going to occupy 2 rows, and because this is occupying 2 rows, this data needs to be removed, because this space is going to be taken up by this cell. So we can again comment it out. So this is the HTML comment tags which we did last week. So once we've done that and we refresh it, now we can see that the cells have merged vertically. So how about we want to merge this one together as well? So if we want to merge the $5 cell as well, then this row span simply becomes 3, and this one needs to be removed. Okay, so coffee, tea, sandwich, everything is $4.
Why wouldn't you just delete that code that you wanted to?
Yeah, you can delete it, but yeah, I just left it there.
That way would you stay, or is it better to do it the way that you've done it, or?
You can remove it. It's the same thing, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you can comment it, or yeah, you can do it either ways. Yeah, because the comments are ignored by the browser. Yeah. Now, once we have done this, the next thing was alignment. That's the last thing we need to look at. How about we want to align these text within the cells? We can see that with TH, we have used TH for the first row, and the data is center aligned. But for the other cells, we have used TD, and the data is left aligned. So we can change the horizontal alignment, very similar to what we've done with H1 with the paragraph tag before. So let's say this one here, we want to align this to the center. So coffee is now center aligned. Maybe we can increase the width of the table so it becomes a bit more apparent. Let us say the width so we can see the coffee is now center aligned. So this is horizontal alignment, but tables also allow you to perform vertical alignment. So this, for instance, this is a very, the height of the cell is very large in this case. So the text can also be vertically aligned. At the moment, it is center aligned in terms of vertical alignment. We can make it top aligned or bottom aligned. So the attribute to use is V align, which stands for vertical alignment, and let us make it top, and let us say the horizontal alignment is center. So we can control the horizontal alignment and the vertical alignment. So now this is top aligned vertically and center aligned horizontally. Yeah. So we can do that with tables. Caption, now the caption we used appeared at the top of the table, but we can use the align attribute if we want the caption to be at the bottom. So align bottom will make the caption appear at the bottom. And these are just some examples. This is an example of a web page. So you can build an entire page, website, using tables for formatting. So in this case, for instance, what kind of table do you think is being used? How many columns and how many rows? Single column? What do you think? This, in fact, could be 2 columns, right? 1 column, 2 column, and it could be 2 rows. This is the top row in which we have merged the left column and the right column, and this is the second row for the rest of the content. So this is just an example here, and some other examples. So tables are very useful for formatting purpose. It gives you greater level of control on how the data is presented and structured. Right. So we will be looking at that in the prac. So yeah. So let's finish up now.
Would use tables to even do the website layout?
Yes. So the entire content of the website, as in this case, the entire content is sitting within the table. So this is the left column, this is the right column. Yeah. Okay, let us start. Now, today we are looking at images and frames. So the first topic is how can we embed images into web pages. And the second part of the lecture is frames. Now, typically, what we've been doing so far is loading the web page, loading a single web page into the web browser. You okay? Need a hand? So far we have loaded a single web page into the browser. However, when we use frames, we can split the browser window into several parts, and each part can load an individual HTML file. So that is the concept of frames. So let us start with images. Now, web browsers by default support the common image formats. So GIF, JPEGs, PNG, these formats are supported by browsers. Now, the tag we need to use is the IMG tag, and IMG is one-sided tag. So again, to comply with XHTML, we would need to use this format here, the space followed by the slash. Now, the attribute we use in IMG is the source attribute, which points to the location of the image file. So if this one here, the example shown here, this would look for the image in the same folder as the HTML. If the image is in a different folder, then you would need to specify the path to the image. So this is how it will be rendered. And this is links. We've done links, hyperlinks, but what we've done so far is text links. When we click on a piece of text, we can navigate to another location. But we can also have clickable images. When we click on an image, we can navigate to a different location. So supposing we have, let me see, over here I have a couple of images which I can use for demo. Now, this is our file from last week. What I'll do is, we were looking at tables last week, so I'll just do a save as. I'll call it week 3, and I'm going to get rid of the body. We'll use our image tag, and the source is so that's how it will look. And let's open it on the browser. So it isn't displaying anything, so the file name might be wrong. So it's a JPG file.
Do you need the slash at the end?
Yes.
Is for XHTML?
Yes, this is for XHTML compliance. Yep.
Is it also like normal HTML, or is it for the issue?
In HTML, you would not have that. Yeah. Okay, so that's our image. And what if we want to make this image clickable? Right? We want to click on this image and navigate to the Deacon website. How do we do that? Now, this is a combination of what we've done earlier. Let me put a paragraph here. Now what we've done earlier is a text link which might look like this. So that's a text link. Now, if we want to make the image clickable, what do? It is quite straightforward. What we need to do is we can copy this code for the image and put it between the anchor tags. Right. So that's so what I'll do is I'll just copy this down here, and inside here I'll remove this and move the image between the anchor tags. So now this is a clickable image, right? And both are clickable. So the text and the image both clickable, and it does come up with a border, right? The border, you can remove the border. So there is an attribute for border which specifies the thickness of the border. So the concept is similar to what we did for tables. You can specify the thickness of the border. So when we say 0, that's our clickable image without a border.
So I think when you're writing and you click for it externally, can you get it without the line underneath?
Yes, you can remove the line, but we might need to wait for it, because that we will cover in style sheets. Yeah. Okay, now let us continue. There is another attribute. There's another attribute of IMG. This attribute is alt, which is for alternate text. So basically what this attribute is meant for is to get a text description of the image. Now what is the purpose of this? This is not really displayed on the browser, but we still need it. It serves two purposes. The first is for visually impaired users. There might be a speech software which reads out the contents of the web page. So this will be read out by the speech software. So text-to-speech software will read this out. So that is one purpose. And the other purpose is if this image is not found, so for instance this file does not exist or the location is incorrect, then this will be displayed on the browser. The alternate text will be displayed on the browser. In Internet Explorer you will notice that it also comes up as a floating label, but this is specific to Internet Explorer. It doesn't come up in Firefox. Now, a floating label. It won't come up by default, but you can. You'll probably still need to use style sheets for that. Yeah. So let's try Alt and Deacon logo. Now what I'll do is I'll make the image name incorrect, so it won't be able to find this file. And now we see that the text is displayed on the image, on the browser. Now, if you refer to the documentation, on W3 Schools, any questions? If you refer to the documentation on w3schools.com, then you will find that for the image tag, there is the set of attributes is divided into two sections. There are required attributes and there are optional attributes. So required attributes means that these cannot be ignored, right? They are mandatory. In the case of the IMG tag, source and alt are mandatory attributes. If you do not have either of these, then it will not go through the validator. However, other attributes such as border and a few other attributes which we will look at now, all of those attributes are optional.
So even if you're not using IE, you still have
Yeah.
to use the alternative text as a validator.
Yes, because as I said, the purpose for this is, it serves other purposes besides the floating label. So it is required. Yeah. Otherwise, the validator will give you an error. So that's our floating label in IE. These are other attributes of IMG. The align attribute. The align attribute is used when we have text wrapped around the image. So if we have the text besides the image, we can control whether the text should appear on the left or on the right of the image. So in this example, we have align equal to left. That means the image will stay on the left of the text. If we do align equal to right, the image will move to the right of the text. So this is for text wrapping. We can control where the image appears. This is H space, which stands for horizontal space. So horizontal space can be used to add space on the left and on the right of the image. So sometimes we want some space between the image and the text. We do not want the text to touch the image. So this space can be added by using H space. But H space will add space on the left as well. So the image will move away from the border of the browser, and we'll get some space here as well. And similarly, there is another attribute which is V space. V space will insert space on the top and the bottom of the image. So again, it's used to separate the image from the neighboring elements. Yeah.
Is there another way that you get the space between the text but not on the other side of the logo?
Okay, so if you do not want the left space, you only need this one on the. You could probably implement it using. You could use a table. Table will give you that control. So you can have, for instance, a single row, 2-column table, and put the image on the left in the left column, and the text in the right column. So yeah. This is for resizing the image. We have the width and the height attributes. So the width and the height attributes, it says the value for these attributes can be specified in pixels or in percentage terms. So again, we have the concept of relative size and absolute size, similar to what we looked at for horizontal rule. Right? So if we specify the height or width in terms of percentage, that is specifying a relative size relative to the actual size of the image, or we can specify an absolute size in pixels. So in this case, if we, let us say we have height equal to 200, it will resize the image, and you notice that the image doesn't get distorted. The width is also increased proportionally, so the aspect ratio of the image is retained. However, if we specify height and width both, then the image will get distorted. Right? So that will distort the image. So it's best to specify either one of these. We have some more attributes here which we haven't covered before. Now, these are attributes belonging to the body. We can have a color, a background color for the web page using BG color. Now the default color is white. We can change it to any desired color. Now this color, we looked at colors last week, right? Remember? Yep. So color can be specified using these common names, or we can use hexadecimal codes. So we looked at this when we did the font tag. The color attribute of the font tag uses the same syntax. We can use common color names or hexadecimal color names, color codes. So this is for background color of the web page. And then these are some other attributes which can be used. These are also attributes belonging to the body tag. The first one is text. So text is the default color which you want to specify for the text in the web page. So all the text in the web page will have a default color of blue. However, if you have a piece of text embedded within font tags, then the color specified within the font tags will take precedence. Right? Color specified within the font tags will take precedence over this default color. In this case, if you put it as an attribute of the body, it will by default become the color for the text. So div is not required. However, if you want to change the color from this default color for a part of the page, then you can embed that text within div. So let us maybe try it in here. Body. Say we want yellow, and text we want something else. So at the moment it's black by default. Let's say blue. For the hexadecimal color code, yes. Yeah. So now our background color is yellow. The text, we don't have much text on this page. Let's say So that's blue because it's getting that color of the body tag. Now besides text we have certain other attributes as well. We have attribute for the color of links. So we can give a default color for the link. V-link is for visited links. So visited links are the links which appear in the browser history. So if you visited these links, then you can specify a different color. And an active link is a link which is clicked on currently. So we can try maybe link and v-link. So let us say link, we want link to be, say, black. Right, let's say we want link to be black. Now it doesn't change this because this is in fact a visited link. This appears in the browser history, so it's a visited link, and we can specify a color for visited link. So that becomes a visited link. It's red now. And if we were to go into internet options and clear the history, so let's delete the history, browsing history. So I just want to delete the browsing history, so delete this. And now this is no longer a visited link. This is no longer a visited link, so it should really come up as black. So if you refresh this, now it's black. So visited link is a link which appears in the browser history. So a page, a link which you have visited earlier. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. So a visited link can be in a different color. Now naming colors, we've done this last week. We can specify colors in hexadecimal codes, and this is based on the RGB model, the red, green, blue model, which according to this model, every color is made up of a red, green, and blue component. Now, we can refer to color maps. So there is a number of color maps available which will show you a range of colors and the corresponding hexadecimal code. So you can search for this on Google. Now in here we have image backgrounds. Just now we looked at color background. We could change the color to yellow, the background color to yellow, but you can also have an image as the background for a web page. So for this we would need to use background attribute as opposed to BG color for background color. So we use background and we specify the name of the image to be used as background. Now I have another image here. I have this one, which is the Google logo. Supposing I want to use this as the background, then I need to change this. Okay, I can put it here, background, and the name of the file is logo.gif. So that's how it appears. Now this is obviously not a very good background, because when you have a background, you should make sure that there's enough contrast between the text and the background image. And the image itself is quite small, so it's repeated. It's repeated horizontally and vertically. So typically a background image might be larger, so you don't have so many repetitions. So that's how we use background image. Okay, now we come to frames, the second part of the lecture. Now in frames, we can divide a web page into parts, such as over here. So in this case, the page is divided into 2 parts, but you can have any number of parts. And the part on the left is populated by one HTML file. The part on the right is another HTML file. So you are really viewing 2 HTML files on this browser. And this kind of a design is quite common. You might have seen this kind of a design where we have a menu on the left, and when we click on the link, the destination page will open on the right. So the menu itself does not update, right? The menu page remains as is. This frame on the right side, where the content appears, is the one which gets updated constantly. So this is a common design approach. So this is some of the planning that needs to go into using frames. The first one is what information will be displayed in each of the frames. So you need to decide, basically, for instance, this is the menu and this is where the content appears. Or you could maybe have 1, 2, and then you can have another long horizontal frame at the bottom where you can have the company disclaimer information or copyright information down the bottom. So you could have, you need to decide how many frames are required. How do you want to place the frames on the page? So the frames can be placed horizontally or vertically. And the size of each frame, which frames will be static? By static, I mean the one such as the menu frame. This one doesn't change, and this one is considered a static frame. And when we click on the links, this is the one which is updated. So we need to decide which frames will be static and what web pages will users first see. And also whether things like whether or not you want users to be able to resize frames. So it is possible, if you give the user the option to resize frames, the user can drag this border. They should be able to click on this and drag it and resize the individual frames. But if you do not want to give that option to the user, you need to specify that when you design the frames page. So this is an example. Like I said, you can divide the page into any number of frames. In this case, we have 1 left frame and we have 3 horizontal frames. Now the code. When we use frames, the body tag is no longer used. The body tag is in fact replaced with the frame set tag. Right? The body tag is replaced with the frame set tag. And inside the frame set tags, we will specify how many frames are going to be there, and also the size of the frames and the content inside the frames. All of that will be specified within the frame set tag.
Is that just a one-sided?
It's two-sided. Yeah. So the body tag is no longer there. We have a frame set tag. Let us look at I'll call this, let me create a file called frames.html. Now there will be no body, so I can get rid of the body. We will have frame set. Now frame set has two attributes, columns and rows, and you can use either columns or rows. So these are mutually exclusive attributes, right? So frame set has two attributes, columns and rows, which are mutually exclusive, and this will decide whether the frames are horizontal or vertical. So if you wish to divide the browser window vertically, then we use columns attribute. If we want to divide it horizontally, we use rows attribute. So it will look like this. Let us say we want to divide the browser window vertically into two frames. We use columns, and in here we need to specify the size of each vertical frame. Because we are using columns, it is implied that the frames are going to be vertical, but we need to specify the size of each of these, and we need to specify the number, how many vertical frames, 2 or 3 or 4. So let us specify the size first. Let us say the frame on the left will be 20% of the entire space, and the frame on the right, we can use the wildcard, so the remaining space is allocated to the right frame. Now this implicitly means that we have two frames. The left one is 20%, the right one is 80%. Right? So it automatically specifies that there are two frames. They're not 3 or 4 frames, they're exactly 2 frames. If I was to use this notation, right, if I was to use this notation, it would mean that we have 3 frames. The left frame is 20%, the one on the right is another 20%, and the center frame is the remaining 60%. So let us say we want to use 2 vertical frames. This is our frame set definition. Now if I open this here, it probably, it won't display anything really at the moment. We need to write some more code. So the first thing is we need to specify the content which goes inside the left frame and the content which goes inside the right frame. So I mentioned to you before that for each frame we can specify one HTML file which will load into the frame. So we need to specify which web page loads into this and which web page loads into the right frame. And that is done by using the frame tag. Now the frame tag is one-sided. So the first frame tag, frame is a child of frame set. Frame will specify the contents of each frame. Now we have 2 frames, so we will need 2 frame tags. We need 2 frame tags. So the top frame tag will define the left frame, and the bottom frame tag will define the right frame. Now let us refresh this again. Now we can see that frames are starting to appear. So there's 2 frames, and this is supposed to be 20% and 80%. But the frames are still empty, so we need to specify what content goes inside these. So this will be done by using the source attribute. So the frame tag has a source attribute which will specify the web page to be loaded. So we can load anything really. Let us say we have one source tag here, another source tag here, and you can load any web page, yours or an external website. Okay, so now we have 2 frames with Google and news.com.au over here. Let us try to make something like this. Something with a menu on the left, and when we click on the menu items, then the content is displayed in the right frame. So that is a typical use of frames. So let us say on the left we want to put in menu.html, and in here we just put a welcome message. So we need to create these 2 files, menu and welcome files. So I'll just create a very simple file. This is welcome, and we have a menu. Now inside the menu, let us put some items, so some links which we can use. This is our menu, and we'll put something here. Let's put so that's our new frame. Right. So that looks more like a frame now. We have a navigation menu here, and when we click on this, we expect the content to be displayed here. Right? We expect the content to be displayed here. But let's see what happens. Let's click on this. Right. So what happens is the frame itself gets reloaded with the destination page. So this is not what we want. We want the destination page to appear here. The menu should not, the menu page should not change. It is a static page. So how do we control this? How do we control this? We use, let me come to the, yeah, this is the one we use. We use the target attribute. Target is an attribute of anchor. We've already done anchor before, but we haven't used target. We can use target to specify which frame is, which frame the destination page opens in. So for this to work, we need to give a name to each frame. Right? Each frame needs to be assigned a name. Using something like this. So if we go back to our frames.html file, this is frames.html. We only have two frames, the left frame and the right frame. We need to assign a name to each of these. So let us call this one, you can give it any name. You can call it left, I'll call it menu, and the one here, let us call it main. So we have two frames now, and these are the names. Inside here, we need to modify the hyperlinks, and we use target. And the target should be, what should the target be? It needs to be this one here, the right frame. The target is this one here, which is called main. So the target should be main. And similarly for this one, target should be main. So when we refresh this, right, so our link works as expected. Okay, let us look at some more aspects of frames. Now what we've done is, in our example, we have created two vertical frames, right? We have two vertical frames. If we wish to create three frames, how will we do that? We can change the frames.html file, and we can redefine frame set. We can have 3 frames instead of 2, or we can have 4, right? We can have any number of frames. We will need a frame tag for each frame that has been defined. So in here we have 2 frames, so we have 2 frame tags. Now if we were to change the rows, the columns into rows, we would get horizontal frames, right? Columns gives us vertical frames, rows gives us horizontal frames. So this is what we get if we use the rows attribute. So the top frame is 20% and the bottom frame is 80%. Now what if we want a combination of vertical and horizontal? So supposing we want something like this. This is vertical and horizontal, a combination. How can we get something like this? Now for this to work, you would need a nested frame set, right? You would need nested frame set. That means a frame set within a frame set. So let us look at the logic here. If we want this kind of a design, first step will be to create 2 vertical frames. So this is your left frame and this is your right frame. You have 2 vertical frames. And in the second step, you would divide the right frame horizontally, right? So 2 steps are required. Let us try to do this. So we have 2 frames here. This is the left and this is the right. Now the right frame which is specified with this frame tag, we want to replace this. Oh, firstly, let me change this to columns, back to columns. So we have two vertical frames. We have two vertical frames. Now, this frame, I want to divide it horizontally into three parts, right? Into three parts. So what will be required is, I don't need this. I can comment it out, and it will be replaced with another frame set. And in this frame set, I use rows attribute. I use rows attribute because the frames are horizontal. And let us say we need 3 horizontal frames, say 20% and another 20%. Now we need 3 frame tags as well for each horizontal frame. So it might look something like this. Okay, so that's how it looks. We have our left frame, and on the right side we have 3 horizontal frames. Of course, we do not have the 3 HTML files, right? We do not have top.html and middle.html and bottom.html, so we get this error. Where is our welcome page? Let me copy this quickly and paste it here. I'll just rename this top okay, now we refresh it. So that's how we get a combination of vertical and horizontal frames. We would need to use nested frames. Now, we can have further levels of nesting. Supposing this one here, we want to again divide it vertically. We can again do that. Yes, that is border. So we can remove the border. There is an attribute here. Let me have a look.
So this is the best thing to use, not table, if you want to set down.
Tables is good as well. Yeah, tables is good. Yeah, in fact, tables is probably preferable. Yeah, because this is relatively older way to design websites. Yeah. So we have this border attribute. So if you set the border to 0, then we'll get rid of those bars. Yeah. So these are some attributes here, and we have border color attribute. This is the option for resizing frames. So if you do not want the user to be able to resize the frames by dragging the border, then we would need this attribute. And this is for scroll bars to appear. So again, you can disable scroll bars. So for instance, if we populate this frame and the content is substantial, then scroll bars will appear automatically. But you can disable the scroll bars by using the scrolling equal to no attribute. Okay, we did this. We used the target, right? We used the target attribute inside anchors to open a page in a specific frame. But target, let me go to the correct slide. Now in this one, we have some predefined values for target. So these values are predefined, underscore blank, underscore self, and underscore parent. These are defined in HTML. So in our code, so this will be in menu.html. Over here we have target equal to main. But if I was to use target equal to blank, underscore blank, this has a predefined meaning in HTML. And how this works is, when we click on this, it opens a new browser window. Right, so underscore blank will open a new browser window. And besides underscore blank, we also have underscore self. Underscore self will open the destination page in the same frame. It will open it within the same frame. So it will remove the contents of the frame and reload with the destination page. And we have underscore parent. Underscore parent, let's have a look at underscore parent. Let's say the Google link, we change it to underscore parent. Now, when we click on the Google link, what will happen is that the entire frame set is removed and the Google page will be loaded. So this is what happens when target is underscore parent. So I think we can finish here. Yep, we'll finish here. So we'll be doing this in the pracs today. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let us start. Now, today we are looking at forms, HTML forms. So, it will involve some new tags and attributes. This is the content of the lecture. What we need to do is, on websites, on occasion we need to provide feedback. So we need to implement fill-in forms. Fill-in forms, the purpose is to capture data from the user, right? If the person who's providing the website, if they want to get some information from the user, they need to implement fill-in forms. So we are looking at form elements or form tags and also form delivery. So form will basically capture the data from the user and send it back to the hosting website. Now there is different mechanisms for delivery. So delivery, by delivery we mean sending the data across the internet to the web server. So we are looking at basically the HTTP protocol and how the data is transferred. So we'll look at that briefly. Now this is basically the requirement of forms. Why do we need forms? So by default, web documents are static. Right? By default they are static, and once a web page is delivered, it will remain as is. The content doesn't change. However, our aim is to provide customized content. So each user sees a custom view of the website. For instance, when you log into DSO, you have a custom view depending upon which units you are enrolled in, depending upon what grades you have obtained, and so on. So each user has their custom view. So that is possible because the server can recognize the user. Server needs to know your username and password in order to recognize you. So that username and password needs to be sent to the server, and a form is used to do that. So this concept is called reverse information flow, because traditionally the information is flowing from the server to the browser. But now you are filling out the form which is on the browser and sending that data back to the server. So it is reverse information flow. This is an example of a form. So let's have a look. So everybody's used forms, but sometimes it's just the terminology which might be new.
So the search button, that's a type of form?
That's a form, yes. So this is a form. This is also a search, basically, in which we are trying to find plants which meet this criteria. So we have a number of criteria which we can select, and after making our selections, we click on the button, and this data is being generated dynamically. So you can see in the location bar, this is in fact a .php file. It is not .html. So PHP is what we will do later, but PHP allows you to generate dynamic content. So based on the form, so this form itself is HTML. The user makes their selection here, and then when they click on this button, the user selection is sent to the server, and on the server the PHP code is executed to generate dynamic content. So today we will be focusing on forms. So let me go back in here. So we'll be looking at how we can create this kind of an interface. So this is our focus, but later in the trimester we will be using PHP code. So the form and the PHP code eventually need to be integrated together. They work hand in hand. So the PHP part of this we will be looking at later. Now let us look at the tags which allow us to create forms. So these are some examples of where forms may be required. So the first thing we are looking at is fill in forms, and I mentioned to you delivery, form delivery. So the data which the user has filled out in the form needs to be delivered to the web server, and that is what is specified by the form method. So there's only two methods, and I'll explain this a bit later. There's two different ways in which form data can be sent to the server. And then we have, once the data is sent to the server, typically there will be a server-side program which will process this data and generate dynamic content. So CGI over here represents server-side program, some code executing on the server side. So CGI is in fact a traditional server-side technology, but we will not be using CGI. We will really be using PHP on the server side. So this part of the system we will look at later. So this is an example, a login form for a website, and we have other examples here: performing a search, ordering products. All these examples will require us to use forms. Now this is how it looks. This is the flow of data. We have a form sitting on the browser. So this is on the client side. The user fills out the form, and there is typically a submit button which sends the form to the server. And on the server side, there will be some server-side program which will process this data. Now let us look at the tags which will allow us to create the form interface. Now, depending on what data you want to capture from the user, you can use different tags. So we'll look at the different types of tags supported in forms. This one here, the first one, is a text box. This is a text box. It allows the user to enter free text. Right, so this is for free text, and the second one for address, this is also free text. This is also free text. City, it is also free text, but it is slightly shorter. So you can customize the length of the text box. State, province, region is also a text box. So all of these are in fact text boxes. The country is a different tag. This is created using a selection list, interface, and this will provide the user with some predetermined options, and the user can select from one of those options. So the purpose of a selection list is basically to minimize mistakes. So if you ask, you could probably have a text box for country as well, but then there could be mistakes, there could be typos. So you do not want that. So in this case, we provide some options to the user to choose from. Then there is radio buttons, another tag used in forms, and radio buttons allow the user to select from mutually exclusive options. So for instance, if you have a yes or a no option which is mutually exclusive, then use a radio button. So if the user selects no, yes will automatically become unselected. Or if you have a question about gender, male, female, that is another scenario where radio buttons can be used. Or age groups. So any scenario where we have mutually exclusive choices, we can use radio buttons. So you do not want the user to select more than one option. Then we have checkboxes. Checkboxes allow the user to select multiple options. So if there are multiple options which the user can select, then use checkboxes. So we will look at these options. These are in fact all text boxes, and the last one here, this is called the text area. It is very similar to a text box because it allows free text, but the difference is it is multi-line. It's multi-line. So if you, for instance, are asking for comments or feedback, then one line may not be sufficient. So you provide a multi-line interface. And then we have a submit button and a reset button. Submit button will send the form to the server. So once we submit it, all this data is sent across to the server. Reset is for initializing the form. So if you've maybe made mistakes in filling out the form, you just want the form to be initialized to its initial state, then we click on the reset button.
Is that like anchored to all the other boxes, or do you have to link it to each box?
What is that? Which
Like
boxes?
If you clicked reset, would it just reset one of the boxes?
It will reset the entire form. So all the boxes, all the radio buttons, check boxes, everything will be reset. Yeah. It is equivalent to refreshing the page, basically. Yeah. It is equivalent to refreshing the page, loading the form fresh. So now we start with the HTML code. So the tags that are being used to create forms. The main tag we are looking at is the form tag, and all the other elements over here, these will be sitting inside the form tag. So these tags, for example, the text box here will require a child tag inside the form tag. So the main tag we are looking at is the form tag. So let us start. I'll write some code here. So we have our form tag, and the form tag has action and method. So these are the two attributes. These are the two attributes belonging to form. Now what is the purpose of action and what is the purpose of method? Method determines how the form is sent to the server. Right, method determines how the form is sent to the server. So delivery of the form. I mentioned to you that there are two methods, two ways in which the form can be sent to the server. So this can only take two possible values, get or post. Those are the two methods. These are HTTP methods defined by the HTTP protocol. So it can be either of these, right? The get and the post, and I will differentiate between these a bit later. What is the difference? But as far as the user is concerned, the end user who is going to fill out this form, it does not make any difference for them. So I'll come back to this later. The action attribute. The action attribute, this determines the piece of code that is executed on the server side. So it could be a PHP file that gets executed on the server side. So basically the action attribute points to where this form is being sent. So maybe some piece of code that is processing this form. So later we will try to use PHP in the action attribute, but for the time being we can just point to a HTML file. So this HTML, because it's a HTML file, this is a static file, so it does not really serve our purpose, because forms are supposed to generate dynamic data. So we need a PHP file here really, but for the time being we'll leave it as HTML. So this can be regarded as the destination file for this particular form. So let us, while we are here, let us also create confirm.html. So inside confirm.html, I'll just say so that's our confirm.html. And this is our okay, let us see what this does. So as I said, the method attribute can only have these two possible values, get or post, and the action points to where this particular form is being sent to. Now this is the difference between the get and the post methods. In the get method, all the data that the user has filled out in the form is visible in the location bar. So all the data can be viewed in the location bar. Whereas in the post, we cannot see the data in the location bar. So I will show you an example of this later. It will become more apparent. Let us start with what kind of tags sit inside the form tag. We have our basic form tag here, but if we open this as is, there's nothing in there. It's an empty form. So we want to create maybe some elements in here. Let us try something like this. We want the user to fill out their first name. So this element is a text box, and it is implemented using the input tag. So we have the input tag, and it has some attributes. So we can try to write this code inside here. The tag is input, type is text, and name is the name of this particular tag. We can give it any name. So this is up to you, but make sure it is a unique name, right? Make sure it's a unique name. So if you have another text box, it should have a different name. So let us call it, because this text box is going to contain the first name, let us call it FN for first name. Now when we display this on the browser, it will look a bit like this. So in here the user can enter free text. So this is a text box for first name. Now if you want to display something like this, this is a label. If you want to display a label besides the text box, then this is just normal HTML. We don't need to write any form related tag for this. We just put a label here before the text box. And after this, let us put a line break. So now we have something like this. So that is a text area, sorry, a text box. That is a text box, and we can control the length of the text box by using the size attribute. So it means that 50 characters are visible, right? It does not mean that the maximum number of characters is 50. They can be more than 50 characters, but 50 characters are visible. So that is size. And max length controls the maximum number of characters inside the text box. So 6, over here we can have a maximum of 6 characters. We cannot enter any other character after. Now the value attribute. The value attribute is for having a default value in the text box. So this is our text box. We can have value attribute, and this is, like I said, the default value. In here so if you do something like this, then maybe we don't need the label because we have some message displayed in the text box itself. So you expect the user to get rid of this and put in a new value in the text box. Now for password, we want to not display the characters. So password can use a text box as well, except that the type, instead of the type equal to text, we have type equal to password, and then the characters in the text box are hidden. So other than that, everything is the same as we did in the case of the text box. The next element is checkbox. So checkbox gives you a box like this and the user can check it. So something like this. Again, we use the same tag. So remember, we've used input, but the type, we've used 3 different types. We've used type equal to text, type equal to password, and this one is type equal to checkbox. So this will give you a checkbox. And again, we need to give it a name, a unique name. So every element sitting inside the form should have a name and should have a value. So basically it works as name value pairs. So there's a name and there's a value, and this is the data that is eventually sent to the server.
So,
With name, alt, and ID,
Yes.
are they all serving sort of the same purpose but under different elements? Is that correct?
Names and IDs are quite similar. Alt is just for images. Alt, did you say alt?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Do they all serve the same purpose as one another to be found sort of thing so that people can identify?
Exactly. It's basically it's an ID just to identify and to give a distinct identity to each tag. So you can use name or ID.
Or ID for these elements, but for images you use alt.
Alt,
They
yeah.
all serve the same purpose.
Yes, but images can also have ID. Yeah. So we will see the need for this. Let me in fact do this now. Let's have a look at this. But before we do that, we want to do I'll come back to this later, but we need a submit button. So the submit button sends the data to the form, to the server. Sends the data to the server. So a submit button is implemented using this code. The type is submit. So let's do this in here. Again, we have input. We have the type attribute, and the type attribute is submit. In fact, if we just leave it like that, and just try that, that's what it gives us. And this button will send this first name data to, where will it send it?
to the HTML file.
Yeah, it will send it to the other file, which is specified by the action attribute. So let us have a look at this. Submit query. So this is our confirm.html, and if you look in the location bar, I'll just copy this and paste it here so it can be read easily. So this is just the name of the file it's going to, but after the question mark, this is the data from the form. This is the data from the form which is appended to the destination location. So the reason this is happening is because, oh, did I close Notepad? The reason this is happening is because we have used the get method. So when we use the get method, all this data in the form is appended to the URL. But if we use post, so I mentioned earlier that we can use either get or post. There's only two options. If we use post, I refresh this and submit this again. So now you can see that the data from the form is not appended to the URL. So that is the difference between get and post. So sometimes if you have sensitive data, you do not want to display it in the location bar. For instance, if you are sending the password, if there's a login form and you're sending the password, the username and the password, you do not want it to be displayed. So try to use post in that scenario. And yeah, that is basically the difference. Post can, obviously it can take more data, But if there's limited amount of data, then you can use get. It is displayed in the
So when you did that submit button, I noticed it said submit query.
yes.
Can you have it just to say submit?
Yes. So over here we can use value. So that is a default label because we did not specify value. But over here we can write anything we wish to, send to server or any other label, and that's displayed in the submit button. So that is the value attribute. So now we'll go back because I jumped a few slides. Let us look at checkboxes. So checkboxes, the tag is again input, but the type is checkbox. We have a name and we can also have a value. Right? We can have a name and a value. So how this works is something like this. Supposing you have an online questionnaire and you are asking the user to select from a number of options, and you have allowed the user to select multiple options if they wish to. So they have 4 options here to select from: interior design, recipes, gardening, home maintenance. And there's a checkbox associated with each of these options. Now, in this case, the value ID stands for interior decoration, and we have recipes here, gardening, and home. So this is the data which is sent to the server. So what happens is, supposing the user selects these 3 options: interior design, recipes, and home maintenance, this is what will be appended to the URL. So the name is info and the value is ID for interior design. We have info equal to recipes, and there is nothing for gardening because this has not been checked by the user. And then for home maintenance, we have home because that was the value. Home is the value corresponding to this one here. So this is the data which is appended to the URL. So it's always a name value pair, and they're separated by ampersand. So this data can then be processed on the server side. Let us have a look at, so we don't have time for writing each of these, but we'll write some of these. So the next one, let us try, for instance, radio button. So radio button is for mutually exclusive options. So we have input tag, type is radio, name is, let us say, what do we want to put here? Let us say we are trying a male-female option for the user to fill out. And we can have one radio button with the male option. So when we refresh the, let me put a line break here. So this is our radio button. That's the radio button with the male option. I'll just copy this and paste it here, and the value, I'll change the value to F for the female option. So we'll have 2 radio buttons. If the user clicks on the first one, then M is sent to the server, and the second radio button will send F to the server. So this is how it's displayed, the two radio buttons, and you can see that if I select one, the other one gets unselected automatically. The reason for this is because the name of the two radio buttons is the same. Right? The name needs to be the same. That means these are grouped together. They have some relationship. Right? So that's now, if we look at the form here, this option here, it might not be very intuitive. So again, you might want to supply some label besides the radio button. So the first one, let us say we say male here, and the second one female. So then it looks like this. So this becomes a bit more intuitive. The user can select from here. And let me try to send to the server again. But before I send, I'll change this to get. So get is good for coding and for debugging. It tells you exactly what is being sent. So here, this becomes our URL. So FN is the default first name, which is in the text box, and gender is M, because I selected the male radio button. This is an example of radio buttons. So the user can select their favorite color. Now we have a selection list. Selection list. Now suppose you have a large number of options for the user to choose from. So say for example the country. They want to select their country of residence. Then you could use radio buttons, but it will be a very long list. So that's why it's not a good design option to use radio buttons. So we use a drop-down list, which is implemented using the select tag. So this is how it works. It uses the select tag. In this case, the user has been asked to select one of these options here from a number of short courses. Let us try to do something similar. Let us say we want to create a list of states in Australia, so maybe they can select which state they are residing in currently. So select starts with select, and this is a double-sided tag, so ends with select. We give it a name, so let us call it state. They can select their state of residence, and inside select there are child elements for each option you wish to provide to the user. So let us say we provide these 4 options. Okay, so let's say we create a short list of states the user can select from here. Now again we have a name, and we have multiple options. Now when this gets displayed in the browser, this is how it looks. This is how it looks. But what is the data that is sent to the server? This data over here that is being displayed is not sent to the server. So for instance, if the user selects Vic, the data sent to the server needs to be specified using value attribute, which belongs to the option tag. So in our code, we need to have value belonging to each option. Now supposing we complete the first one, and over here we want this data to be sent to the server, Vic. Now the data that is displayed, this can be anything. This data, Victoria, will not be sent to the server. Vic will be sent to the server, corresponding to state. So again, it is a name value pair. So the name will be state and the value will be Vic. And similarly, we can have a value for each of these options. Now, supposing I select Victoria, sent to the server, so again you can see in the location bar we have state equal to Vic. So this is a selection list. Now sometimes your selection list itself can be very long, maybe the entire length of the browser. So in that case, maybe you want to have a scrolling list, something like this, which is not very long, it doesn't take too much space, and the user can use the scroll bar to scroll through the options. So in this case, all we need to do is specify the size attribute. It is still a selection list, but we use the size attribute. So the size determines how many options are visible. So in our case here, let us say size equal to 3. That means that 3 items will be visible, and in order to view the 4th item, the user can scroll. Right, so the user can scroll in order to select the 4th item. So that's a scrollable list. And you can also give the user the option to select multiple items from the drop-down list. So if we use this attribute, multiple equal to multiple, then the user can select multiple options. But they will need to select using the mouse and the control key. So they keep the control key pressed and select multiple options with the mouse click. The next element we have here is text area. So text area is similar to a text box, except it allows for multiple lines. So a text area, we do not use the input tag, which we used for text box. We use the text area tag, and text area tag is double-sided tag. So in here it will look like this: text area, text area. Make sure to give it a name. So let us say comments, and that is our text area basically. We refresh it, and this is a text area with a so the size of the text area can be controlled. So you can determine the width and the height of the text area by using appropriate attributes. The attributes we use are rows and columns. This will determine the size of the text area. So how many rows and how many columns? So let us say we want 6 rows and 20 columns. So that's our text area. Now in this example, how do we get this piece of text here? So this is the default text. When the form loads, we can have some default text sitting inside the text area. So this will come from in here. So between the text area tags, we can have some text. So that's our default text inside the text area. Okay, now we've already looked at the submit button. The reset button is like this. So if you set the type equal to reset, what I'll do is I'll just copy this here, but the type is reset now. And value will determine the label being displayed on the reset button, but we'll just use the default label, which is reset. So for instance, if I make a selection here, I put something in here and I put something in here, then I wish to reset the form, it will initialize the form to its original state.
So value, nothing will come up on the screen for any element except for the submit element. You'll notice value tends to just send to the server normally.
Yes.
Right? But on the submit element, it's the only one where it'll actually come up on the screen.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Now there is also a generic button. We have looked at two types of buttons. There's a submit and a reset button, but there is also a generic button where the type is just button. Now what is the purpose of this button? Let us have a look. In our code, we will try a generic button. So type equal to button, and if we refresh the form, it comes up like this. So there is no label on this button. We can put a label by using the value attribute. So value So that's our generic button, and the purpose of the generic button is usually to tie it up with some JavaScript code. So we haven't looked at JavaScript yet, but JavaScript is some short program which runs on the browser. It doesn't need to be sent on the server. So there is an example in the slides. If you, for instance, want to close the browser, we can link that code to this generic button. I'll show you an example. Okay, this one here is a piece of JavaScript which is linked to the generic button. When we click on the button, the on-click event happens, and this on-click event is recognized by this generic button, and it executes this piece of JavaScript, and it closes the browser window. So it will come up with this message, do you want to close this window? And then the user can select yes or no. So let us do an example. This one here. We can try on click as well. So on click we want to execute some JavaScript code. Let us say this is also JavaScript, and it is a pop-up window with this message on the window. So this is JavaScript. It says hello. We can put any message in here. Or we can execute any other kind of JavaScript. So we can look at this later. On click is just one type of event. There are different types of events in JavaScript, such as even on mouse over, on mouse out, on load, when the page loads on the browser. So these different types of events can trigger program codes. So we will be looking at that later when we do JavaScript. So I think that finishes forms.
So those,
Yeah.
sorry, those events, for JavaScript, does that include if you wanted a video to come up on the screen as they go into your web page? Or is that something entirely different?
If you want like a video, that probably, yeah, that will not need JavaScript. If you want it to start automatically. If you want the user to click on a button and then the video starts, then you would need JavaScript. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, with videos you can have like a media player embedded on the web page, and then it will come up with the media player with the play, pause, all the buttons of the media player. Yeah, and then
Skip as well, that would be another element,
yes,
another code you'd have to put into it.
yeah, yeah. So you can embed media players into the web browser. Yeah. Okay, and this is an example here. On the right we have our form, something what we've looked at today. But you can see that the alignment might not look very pretty. So you can align the elements by using tables. So this in fact is, you can probably guess what kind of a table it is, right? You probably need two columns, right? You need two columns, but the last row here you can merge the two columns. So that is gives a better layout. Okay, so we have already discussed form delivery, so we can have the post and the get.
didn't release the Praxilite early.
Oh yeah, I just realized.
Otherwise I wouldn't think.
Yeah, if that happens, just send me an email. Yeah.
I'm assuming CSS because we've done all HTML.
Okay, let us start now. We've mentioned this topic a few times. So finally we are here. We are using style sheets from now on. So your assignment is due on Monday, right? And then for your second assignment, you need to use style sheets. So all the style options you would need to update. Now, what are style sheets? Firstly, we just have a look at the background, and there are some limitations of HTML by itself for the purpose of presentation. So we want to essentially separate the presentation from the HTML. So we will be looking at how style sheets can achieve this. Now, HTML initially was not designed for presentation. It was more for designing the structure of the content. Now, most tags are in fact structural tags. So tags like paragraphs, tables, these are all structural tags. So this presented a problem because presentation capability was limited. So designers were not very happy with HTML. So some of the tags started to come up. So for instance, font was one of the tags which was supported by some browsers. It was partially supported. So this is a proprietary tag, which means that it is supported by the browser window. It's not a standard. So that's what started to happen. So there was partial support, inconsistent support, which resulted in unpredictable outcomes. So one did not know if the browser would support this tag or not support this tag. So that was a problem. Now there are some possible workarounds, but we'll see here that these workarounds are not viable options. So for instance, one way to have some control, some level of control over the presentation is to use images instead of plain text. So each character can be an image. So this had some drawbacks. The drawback is that lots of images would need to be downloaded, so longer download times, and also maintenance of such a system would be very tedious, right? So for instance, if you want to change a single word, you might need to change 10 images, right? So that is not a very good option because of the high maintenance cost. So yeah, so this is the same continuation. We can use images and then we can use tables for positioning these images. Another option, a workaround, is to use PDFs. So instead of writing the content in HTML, just create PDFs and the users can download the PDFs. But then again, there is a variable level of support because different users will have different versions of PDF software. So the plugin would not be a standard plugin. So again, it is not a very good option. So all these options, the workarounds, are not very suitable. Now what we want is, we want the pages to work for a wide range of users, work across all browsers. So this really needs some kind of a standard. Some kind of a standard needs to be adopted. So the idea of style control came up. And style is not a new concept. It's not new to web design, because styles has previously been used in desktop publishing systems. Even in Word, for instance, you can have a Word document and you can apply different templates. So the styles sit in the templates and you can simply apply these to the same Word document. So it is not a new concept, it's been used before. So the idea was to extend this concept to web design, the concept of using styles, which is separate from the content. And these are some of the requirements which had to be met by this method. So firstly, it should be easy to incorporate, and it should be possible to retrospectively fit styles into existing pages. And it should be widely supported by browsers, and if for some reason some browsers do not support styles, then the browser should not simply fall through. It should degrade gracefully. So that is a concept in software development. We always want errors to be handled gracefully, right? The software should not crash. So these were some of the requirements in designing style sheets. These are some of the milestones in the development of style sheets. The first version of style sheets was proposed by Tim Berners-Lee, and this version was not extensively adopted, basically because of the web explosion in the 1990s. So people were too busy with other things, right? Too busy to develop the basic web, and this was set aside. Now in 1997, the first version of cascading style sheets was released, and today there's CSS2 and there's also CSS3. So we will be using these cascading style sheets. Now there are several options for including styles into the web page. So there are three options here. One is, we can include styles inside the tags themselves. So if, for instance, you have a paragraph tag, we can specify the style within the paragraph tag as part of an attribute, right? The attribute being the style attribute. So style attribute supported by paragraph or style attribute supported by span can be used to specify styles. So this is known as inline styles. There's another option. Styles can also be defined at the top of the page. So in the head, we can use the style tags to specify some styles. And these styles would be applicable to the entire web page. So if you define a style for a paragraph tag in the head, then that style will automatically apply to all paragraphs within the page. Right? Make sense? So that we will look at examples of this. And then the third option is to define styles in a separate file. So you have a file which is got the extension .css, and you can define all your styles in this separate file. And you simply provide a link to this file from your HTML file. So the styles defined in this separate file would be adopted by the HTML file, which will point to this. So
with that, I'll just clarify that.
Yes.
So if you just did one little coding
yes,
on whatever pages you're doing, that one little code will automatically link to that file and
exactly,
anything else.
exactly. So so for example, if there's a corporate website, thousands of pages,
Yeah.
you don't want to adopt these two options, right? The first two options. The third option is much better. Have all the styles for the entire corporate website defined in one file, and the thousands of pages point to this file. So you just have a single line on each page which points to this file. And if, for instance, you want to redesign your corporate website, say the corporate logo changes or some such thing, all you need to do is modify the one file in which the styles are defined. You don't need to worry about the other pages. So it is a very good way, and the maintenance is lower. Now we'll start looking at the syntax now. Rules. What we need to do is we need to, for each style, we need to specify what is called the style rule. So there is a specific syntax which we need to follow. Now each rule has a selector, example H1. So the selector, which is H1 is an example, this means that the rule applies to the H1 tag. So that is known as the selector. And the rule will also have a property and a value. So it's always a property and a value pair. Rules have property value pairs. So we define a rule here. We see an example. So if you look at this, you can probably guess what it is doing. Right? It is quite intuitive. You can probably guess what it is doing. Right? So we have the selector. So this rule is defined for the H1 tag. We are familiar with H1, right? H1 is just a HTML tag. So this rule applies to H1, and the rule itself has a property and a value pair. So the property is color, and the value is this particular hexadecimal color code. So the content inside the H1 tag is blue. That is what this rule is specifying. The content, the text inside the H1 tag is blue. So you no longer need to use the font tag to control the color. You can define this rule for H1. So these are the different parts of the style rule. We have a selector and we have a declaration. The declaration itself is made up of a property and a value pair. And the property and the value are separated by a colon. So this syntax is very strict. You need to follow this. This is an example of defining a style in the head. So like I mentioned earlier, you can define styles in the head, inline, or in a separate file. So this is in the head. We have the style tags, and two rules have been specified here for H1 and H2, and the property value pair. This first rule for H1 has two property value pairs. The first one is specifying the font size, and the second one is specifying the font weight. So if you have multiple property value pairs, they are separated by a semicolon. Right, multiple property value pairs are separated by a semicolon. So we can look at some examples. Let me open the W3C website, the W3 Schools website. So this is the link for CSS, and we can find, basically we need to be familiar with the different properties that are supported and the values which these properties can have. So the properties itself are categorized into these groups. So if you wish to look up, say, properties which control background of the web page, then we can click on this, and these are the properties available to us. So we can use these properties to write rules relating to the background of the web page. So let us have a look at an example. What I'll do is I'll copy this. Week 5, and let us say we have H1. So this is our H1 tag without any style rules. And now when we go to the head, we can include some style. So H1 is the selector, and let us say we want the color red. So that's how it works. So this is one option to control styles. Now this example here, it shows us how to use external style sheets. So we can define the style rules in an external file and simply use the link tag to point to this external file. So if we were doing this, I would need to move this to another file. So let us create another file here, and I'll just copy this, remove it from here, and I'll put it in here. So this is our style rule, and we save it. Let us save it as styles.css. So that's styles.css. Now we need to use the link tag. The link tag itself will sit in the head, and we have a few attributes. So there are three attributes. The first attribute is the relationship, which is style sheet, the name of the file, and the MIME type. So it tells us that the file itself is a text file of type CSS. So we have a relationship. This is the name of the file, which was styles. Was it styles? Yep, styles.css, and type. So that's link. Now, if we refresh this page, right, it works the same. So now we can define all our styles in this file. So we keep the styles separate from the HTML. These are some more examples of style rules. So this is for the body. So a number of property value pairs have been used for body: the background color, the font family. Now notice here, font family, we have three values here separated by commas. Now what does that mean? We have three different font families, but which one will be used? So how do we decide which one is being used? In this case, what happens is that the browser will try to use the first available option. If this font is not found, if it's not installed in the browser, it will try the second option, and if it cannot use this, then it will use the third option. So you can provide multiple options. And the second style rule is quite similar to what we've done. So these are the advantages of using an external file. It reduces the development time, reduces chance of error, because we do not have redundancy. So chances of error is reduced, makes the website consistent, and changes to websites can be made quickly and applied consistently. Now we have some more examples here. This is properties relating to the font. So if you were to go back and look in the documentation, what did I do with that? Or did I close W3 schools? So font, we have a properties group called font, which can control things like font weight, font family, and font style. Let us try a hyperlink. Let us try a hyperlink. Now, in here, say we define a link to Deakin Uni. Now, how can we define a rule so that we can control the color of the hyperlink? Now by default it just uses the color for hyperlinks that is defined by the browser. Right? The browser itself has a style sheet, so it uses the style rule from the browser, but we can define our own colors for hyperlinks. So in our CSS file here, we can define a rule for the anchor tag, and we can say the color we want is black. So now the hyperlink is black. The underline, it is underlined by default. You can remove that as well. So if we go back to our code, the second property we want to control would be text decoration, and we can have none. So none is a value for the text decoration property, and now we have this as a hyperlink. Right? Or if we want an underline and an overline, so that is another option. You can have underline and overline. So in this case, this is a hyperlink. Now we'll come to the concept of classes. Supposing we have a few h1, let us see our code. We have h1 here, and we have another h1, now we have two h1s, but there is a problem here. All the h1s will be formatted the same, right? Because we have defined the rule for h1, which is that all the text will be red inside h1. Now, what if we want the different h1s to be slightly different? How do we do that? We want different h1s to be slightly different, or we have multiple paragraphs and we want different paragraphs to be slightly different. We don't want all paragraphs to look exactly the same. So this flexibility can be added by using classes. We define classes to do this, and a class will be specified inside the CSS file, and we will use that class in the class attribute of a HTML tag. So in this case, the paragraph tag is using the important class, and this important class has been defined in the CSS file. So you can have multiple paragraphs, and the different paragraphs can use different classes. So although you're using the paragraph tag, they will look different. They don't need to be exactly the same. So I'll give you an example of this. We have already done this here. We have two h1s which look exactly the same. Now we want these to look different. So we go in here and we define a class called, let us say, you can give it any name, and the syntax is the name of the selector, which in our case is h1, followed by a dot. So the dot followed by the name of the class. So in this case, the name of the class is style2. So what we'll do is we will retain this. Let us keep this as is, and we'll define another rule for h1, which specifies a class called style2. Now For the second h1 tag, we can use the class attribute and say that we want to use style 2 for the second h1. Now what will happen is, at the moment both of them are the same anyways, so they look the same. Let us change the color to blue for style 2. So for style 2 class, the text is blue. So now it will look like this. So although h1 tag has been used 2 times, the two h1 tags have different appearance because of the class attribute. So similarly, you can define another class. So still maybe for h1 we can define, say, style 3, and let us say we want some other color. So this is another class defined for h1. And copy this here. Let us say this is style 3, and I'll just say sample text. Right, so that is now yellow. So this is the concept of classes. The next one is box properties. Let us look at box properties. You can define boxes around elements. Firstly, let me go back to h1, and the first h1, which is using this rule in line 1, let me also add a background color property. So now we are controlling the background color of the h1 tags. Oh, this one, the text has disappeared. So okay, so this is our file at the moment. Now h1 spans the entire width of the browser, but you can control how wide this particular h1 tag needs to be. So this can be controlled by using the box properties. So the box properties is the height and the width properties. The height and the width. So what I'm saying is basically you can control the height and the width of the h1. Yes?
Where does the background color apply to all the h1?
Okay, good question. Yep, good question. The thing is, background color has not been defined for style 2 and style 3. So it automatically adopts this because this one is the default rule for all h1s. So what we can do is, if we define separate background color here for style 2, now this particular style 2 color will take precedence. Okay, so we can, because background color was not defined for style 2, it adopted the one for the default background color. Or you can put white. Yeah. Now we were looking at box properties, so you can control the size of the element. Now we are looking at h1. So what I'll do is I'll get rid of these styles so we don't confuse ourselves. I'll just use this one, and we can control the height let us say we want this to be 300 pixels, and the width, let us say another 300 pixels. So this is the box property basically. So now you see that the H1 does not span the entire width of the browser. So since we've removed the classes, the box property now applies to all three H1s. We can get rid of these just to make it a bit cleaner. Right. So that's our H1 with the box property. So, sorry?
The biggest issue I'm having is depending on what monitor you're looking on.
Yes.
My web page can be like completely all over the place on one of the big screens that you have here, but
Yes.
my laptop at home it's in perfect
Yep.
format. So would CSS be better to use in that respect for formatting your
Yeah.
website?
You could use relative height and width.
So, I was using Pixel thinking that makes it better.
Yeah, pixels would be different depending upon the resolution of the monitor. Yeah. So if it's low resolution, it will appear very wide.
Very wide. So,
Yeah.
so the relative is better to use.
Yes.
It will just be applied to all screens, will it?
Relative will be 50%, always half. So, yeah. So that might be, yeah, you might want to try that option. Yeah. Now we've got a box. We can also have a border around the box, and the border has three values associated with it. So the property is border, and the value has three parts. The first controls the thickness of the border. We have different styles for the border. These are some of the styles. So you have dotted, dashed, solid, and so on, and the color of the border. So in our example, we are looking at this H1. Let us have a border. The first part is the thickness of the border, and let us say the style we want to use is dashed, and the color, let us say black. Okay, so we can have a border around the box. Now, these are some other properties, padding and margin. Now, the difference in this case, there's a padding. This is a class. Use pad is a class. So the class does not always need to be preceded by an element, right? So it doesn't, in my example I used h1 dot style2, but it doesn't always need to be preceded by an element. In this case, use pad is a class because it has the dot, so dot tells us that this is a class, and we can use this particular class for any HTML element. It can be used for H1, for paragraph, for anything, because it doesn't have the selector inside the style rule. So in this case, the padding is 15 pixels. In the second case, we have another class in which there's a margin defined. And what is the difference between padding and margin? That is shown here. So if you have a border, you can notice the padding and the margin, because this one here is padding effect. The text is separated from the border by a few pixels. So that is the padding effect. And the second example at the bottom is the margin effect. So in the margin effect, the entire box is separated from the browser boundary, right? This is the browser boundary, and it's indented based on how much the margin is. So that is the difference between padding and margin.
So with margin, you have more control over the space between the elements. Is that correct?
Margin,
Will always pad, like if you've got a picture above it and a picture below it, for
Yep.
instance, padding will pad between those two.
uh,
With margin, you could control it more by saying, well, I don't want it to be
yes.
far away from the photo. I want it to sit here on the photo.
Yep, that's correct. So padding is inside the box. So this is inside, you can see from the border, and the padding is always inside, so it doesn't affect the space outside, whereas the margin is the space outside the border. So a bit like what we did in tables. In tables we had cell padding, so it controlled the distance of the text from the wall of the cell. Same thing here. It controls the distance of the text from the wall of the border.
Within the margin, like the first letter, the DAG, roots, and the commanders, that's touched to the border, right?
Yes, this one is
That affects actually the margin effect.
the margin effect is the indentation, so it doesn't touch. As we can see here, this is closer to the browser border, right? As opposed to this one here. You can use both, yeah, for sure. Okay, so these are a few examples here. I wanted to explain this one here. Another example using float. So let me go back to our HTML file here. We have one H1. So you notice how these two elements are positioned here. This is H1, and then we have a hyperlink at the bottom. So typically what happens is that the elements just stack one below the other. But you can use the float property to change this. The elements do not need to stack one below the other. So what I'll do is, for our H1 style, this is the H1 style, I'll add a float property and control the alignment to right. So in this case what happens is that the H1 becomes floating and it is aligned to the right. So notice what happens here. So this obviously goes to the right, but also this hyperlink has gone all the way up. It's very similar to the table effect. So you can obtain a table effect by using float, right, without in fact having a table. So that is the float property. So this is also demonstrated here. This one is in fact one paragraph, this one is another paragraph, but when we make this paragraph floating, then this paragraph moves up all the way. Now there is a few more interesting style properties and values. Let me see. Okay, let us look at this example here. This is for links. In this case, what we do is we define what are known as pseudo classes. Right? We define pseudo classes, so it's slightly different than classes. This is a hyperlink, and we define a color for it, but a hyperlink can have different states. Right? The hyperlink has different states, such as visited and active and hover. So these are different states of a hyperlink, and you can define a style for each state using this syntax. So notice here for this pseudo classes, we use a colon. For a normal class, there's a dot, right? There's a dot here, but in this case, there's a colon. And this is, it says that hyperlinks should be pink in color, but if a hyperlink has been visited before, then it should be black. And if it is an active hyperlink, yellow, and if we are hovering over the hyperlink, then it should be red. So I'll give you a quick example here. We have a hyperlink already here. Now, I can define this as the default. This is the pseudo class. So this is our hyperlink. And when we hover over this, we want the color, let us say we want the color to become white. We want no text decoration, and we want the background color to become red. So let us say this is our hover effect we want to define. Okay, this is, because this is a visited link, this is a visited link, I think. Not, let me just leave it as anchor and have a try here. Okay, this is our anchor, but when we go over the anchor, then the hover effect happens. This is the hover effect. So this, in fact, is defined by a pseudo class, right? This is defined by a pseudo class. And similarly, we can add other pseudo classes for visited and active.
If you wanted to use the style sheet in order to vary your pages only a little bit, but still have the same,
Yes.
you know,
You would need to use classes. Yeah. So have heaps of classes, and then you can.
you couldn't just use one separate file. You'd have to change every single page if you wanted the page.
You can have it all in the same file,
Yep.
but different classes. So, you know the classes we defined just now?
I see, yep.
Yeah.
So then each page will have a different defining class on that one file.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now these are some examples. We don't have enough time, but we can have a look at what's happening here. You can probably guess what's happening. Now this is an unordered list. An unordered list is bullets, right? An unordered list is bullets, but we can use images. We can use icons instead of bullets by using this particular style rule. Excuse me. There is another example I would like to show you very quickly. Background image. Now, what we did earlier was with the body we used an attribute to specify the background, but now we can define a rule for the background image. And I have a background image here. So that becomes the background image, and again it is tiled, right? It is again, like I think we did a similar example before, it is tiled horizontally and vertically, which you can control. In this case, what we can do is we can say there is a background repeat property. There's a semicolon here. background repeat property, and we can say none. I think none is a value for that. No, it isn't. Let's have a look here very quickly. Background image. I cannot find the documentation here. Background image. Okay, that is our background image with no repeat value. We can also repeat it horizontally if we wish to. I think the value is repeat x. It repeats horizontally only. But again, I'm not 100%. Let's have a look. Repeat x. That's repeat x. And we can repeat it vertically if we wish to by using repeat y. We can also